we go. That microphone is on. Welcome, everyone. Glad to have you all on board. Happy Monday on a Tuesday for many of you. And it is September the 5th of 2023, the day after Labor Days, a long weekend. A little late, all of the volcanoes are going off everywhere. What? Everywhere? What volcanoes? Don't know what you're talking about. We don't have any volcanoes here. At least not that I've seen. Anyway, I'm kidding. There's all kinds of volcanoes all over the place doing all kinds of things. Anyway, welcome to all of you, and glad to have you on board. Sorry, I'm a little late on this whole thing. Well, that happens. It happens. Anyway, don't we wish? Yep, we'd love to have a bunch of volcanoes going off all at the same time. Anyway, welcome first off to our, actually, hey, let's start out with this. I'm your host, DrFox2000, here in Edmonton, Alberta, Canada, and you're watching VolcanoX live stream. Now, let's get to saying hi to our wonderful moderators, Arizona Snowman, who we haven't seen for a little bit, Piggy, who is still in the hospital, from what I understand. And we've got Sue here. Welcome, Sue. And likely C&D Boy, as well as Yvonne Kunkel and Siggy and Gary 24/7 Live, AZ Skies, and Lucas Snow, Joseph Fields, Texas, and yeah, I already looked at that. That's a Whomper. Lucas Snow and Mona Lisa Smiles. Did I say Joseph Fields, Texas? Yeah, I think I did. Anyway, welcome to the moderators. Good to have you on board. And let's get at saying hello to everyone that's in here. There's not that many. News of Piggy. Unfortunately, I have no news, Grandma B. I'm a little concerned. I hope she is doing okay. And I don't really want to send her an email now because it is in the middle of the night there. I'm hoping that they are trying to get her on a regular sleep schedule during the night. And I think that will help her a little bit too, but they probably have her tied up, pardon the expression, probably hog-tied so she can't move. It's because she keeps on defying bed rest. So they've probably got her hog-tied. No pun intended. Oh yes, there was. It was all pun intended. Anyway, let's say welcome to everyone. We'll start out by saying welcome to Grandma B and Brian Perfectability 999 and Sarah Miles, who was second today. Almost had the cookies, only got one stack though, because she was second. And actually, Janice was first, and welcome to Janice as well. King Colin Deadman also here. Henry Nelson, welcome. And is it little late? Little late. Okay, we got it. Little late. Looking for all kinds of volcanic eruptions. Let's see. We got the King. We got Henry going up here. Dan is in the house. Welcome, Dan. And Henry, we got Lizoid is on board. Welcome, Lizoid. And let's see, who else have we got in here? Brian, we got. Sarah, we got. And Brian, yep. Okay. Scrolling up here, Janice, of course, we got already. She was a first person in. And I'm all the way to the top. Not that many people here today. Not a surprise, and not that much going on. I've recently been enlightened on volcanoes, and I'm seeking further knowledge to help warn others of the recent volcano eruptions in the last 3 days? Well, there's a whole bunch that are going off continuously that I'd be very, very careful with. Like the ones that are over in Indonesia, as an example, I'd be very cautious of those. Merapi, of course, is one of the ones that is doing its thing. Other ones I'd be a little bit afraid of would be Semeru, as well as if we go up into the Philippines a little bit, Mayon could also be a very dangerous volcano. I wouldn't want to be near the top of that. The business end is too pointy. And other ones that you don't want to be close to, Fuego and Popocatépetl. Fuego in Guatemala, Popocatépetl in Mexico. And hold on to your socks when you see what happens with other ones like Villarrica maybe. So lots of stuff going on there. Anyway, but we always go and talk about where we like to be and what we do first, and of course that is looking at Iceland. And of course Iceland means a little bit to some of us in the sense of it's the first volcano that we covered, and it is kind of exciting to see things that happen there. So let's take a look at what we've got going on in Iceland. I think we can start out with the cameras first, and I'm gonna find myself on the right screen here. I know I have one somewhere. Where is my proper screen? That's not that one. Not that one either. Not there. Oh, I found it. I found it. There it is. Lots of stuff going on. So let's leave that canned lava be for a minute. Isn't that a beautiful picture? Let's back that up a little bit and see what we got going on there at just south of Keilir. And there is our wonderful Rebbe event. There's a Keilir in the background, and you can see it's raining. Not so nice. But let's back that up a little bit and see if we got any better weather. Well, no, not really. At 14:55, it looks like it was raining. Okay, and let's back up a little more. And we'll go back about almost 12 hours and see what it looked like. Yeah, nice weather. I think it might have been raining. Anyway, not unusual for Iceland. Rebbe looks awful quiet, still steaming and smoking a little bit, so funeral state hasn't stopped yet. Keilir's not doing a darn thing back there other than blocking the view of Reykjavik. But that's it. Anyway, we'll leave that one be and put it back on live. Gives you a good idea of what happened there during the day, which is really not much. Next one is, of course, one of the other ones here. Let's see if we can spot something there. They too are in the darkness. And there we go. This is up on Thorbjorn, just south of the Blue Lagoon and the power plant. And of course there you can see the flat top portion of our wonderful Fragradalfjall. No, hang on, what is that? It's Ragnar in the Fragradalfjall over there. So cool. And again, it definitely was raining, so not much else happening on that screen. Gonna put that one back on live. We want to make that smaller first, then I carry on. Boy, nothing is moving correctly here for me today. Now that's got a commercial on it. All right, let's push this one to live. That's the capital city of Reykjavik, and of course it's raining there as well. If we go back about 8 hours, let's see what it looked like. And actually it wasn't a bad day there from the looks of things. That looks pretty nice. So really not that bad. If we go back to about 10 hours ago, we'll have a look at that point. And that wasn't that bad either. It didn't look like it was raining there much. Just a few drops. You can see them on the glass here on the Perlin Center, and that's where the camera is located. And we're looking at the downtown area. Pretty awesome shot. The local airport would be off to the left-hand side here, and more parts of the city over on the right-hand side. So pretty awesome. Let's put that one back on live. We'll make that smaller. That again is Reykjavik, the capital city. Next one here is buffering, but that should not matter since we're coming back out of the darkness, going back a few hours and seeing if we could see it. Well, we can see the edges, and that is Katla. Katla volcano, not erupting right now, at least we can't tell, but I don't believe it is. And it was a little bit better a little earlier. I wonder if it gets better if we go back even further. Well, yeah, you can see the top of it over there in a couple spots. Of course, Katla is covered with all kinds of ice layers, so if it ever did go, it would be a very explosive situation. Anyway, that is what we were seeing there. If we go back a little bit more, yep, same kind of cloud level and everything. Putting that back on live, of course, it is dark there right now, so you're not going to see a darn thing. This one is from the other direction. If we hit the back button a little bit more here, I don't know when the one on the screen is from, but let's see if that works. No, that didn't work. If we go back here, you can almost see it. That is Katla from a slightly different angle. And if we go back a little bit more, we can, we see it a little bit better there. So that is where all your ice is, or some of it anyway. Looking pretty awesome. So not that great now though, because you can't see a darn thing. Let's make that one smaller. I will go up to the north. I have no idea why these things are buffering for me. Let's go back in time and see what we've got here. This one, of course, looking up at the Askja area. And again, we don't see any huge plumes and nothing blowing up. No lava spillage and nothing driving around. Everything is quiet, so we'll leave that one be. And we'll put that back on live and make that smaller. Go to the next shot. Going to make, why is that one doing its thing? Buffering. Everything is buffering for me. Why? Why are you buffering? It don't make any sense. Let's go back and see. Okay. Yeah, that didn't look too good. Let's go back a little bit more. There, and that's a little bit better. Anyway, there's a Rebbe and of course a Kalir, and you can just see the edge of little Kalir, and just over on this side you've got the side or edge of Littihurter. YouTube has been slow loading all day. That sounds interesting. Doesn't surprise me. Anyway, that is what we've got going on there. Really not a heck of a lot, so let's put it back on live for that one, make that smaller. I'm going to put it back on one of these other ones where it can see stuff at night. How about this one here? I'm surprised I can't see anything on this one. That one we can, but this one we can't. Okay. Interesting. All right. I guess it's the way the cameras are set. Oh, that one moved it ahead as well. Now we can't see a darn thing. I'm blind. I'm blind. Okay, never mind. Let's. How about we go over to the harmonic tremor chart and have a look at there and see what we can find out. Just move that a smidgen. All right. So I did refresh it. We do see we had a slight decline in our magmatic, and then it rose up again. So I started at about the same level where, or ended at about the same level where it started. And not quite the same for our green color here, which is our seismicity. And we do see it drop down as well. And then I made a cheerful rebound and kind of leveled off at the end here. As far as our tectonic movement of our light blue color, we see it slowed a whole bunch, and we do see a couple of quakes in here as well, but then it did move a little bit and drop back down. Now, when we look at this, we'll have to take a look at maybe Krusevik and the one from Grindavik and see if they are similar. That usually will indicate to us whether or not this is actual stuff happening right at Fjord, or is it a widespread, wide area phenomena that is going on at the present time. Usually the widespread stuff indicates that we've got plate movement going on, that kind of thing. Let's see, Krusevik, where are you? You're in here somewhere. There you are. And Krusevik, almost identical in what we're seeing as far as our magmatic and seismicity. Bunch different though for a tectonic movement. So, things that make you go, and that is kind of interesting. Have to wonder about that. So, that is a little odd. Let's take a look. Krusevik is to the northeast of our wonderful Fjord area. The other one is to the southwest, and that's Grindavik. So let's take a look at the Grindavik chart here real quick. And let's see, where is it? All right, so Grindavik, yep, same kind of a dip downward, maybe a little steeper than the other side, but almost made it back to the same level. And our seismicity is about the same. It started off well, maybe a tad lower, but sitting at about the same level as what we've seen on the other charts. And of course our tectonic movement, it did pick up now again, this daytime stuff for Grindavik. I'm still thinking there's machinery involved in there, slamming and banging rocks together and moving boulders, and that is some of that noise that we see during the daytime, because they've got heavy equipment running, and that's all every day you see that, with the exception of a Sunday. So unfortunately a Sunday was hiding in here and you couldn't really tell it, but that is about what we've got going on there. So not that much on the good word here. We will take a look at earthquakes when we come back from the break. I was looking at the earthquake map just for a second, and we'll let you have a quick peek at it. And you almost go, hey, what happened to the other half of the country? No quakes, none at all up in the north. What the heck is going on? Somebody stole the northern quakes. All right, APB out on the thief who stole the northern quakes. Be on the lookout. I'm sure there's something shaking going on. Anyway, it's time to put you back on the lovely canned lava. Let's see if we can make that go. And what happened there? Okay. That is going. All right. For those good people who are here, if you have not yet hit that like button, please give the like a quick bop. Also, if you have not yet subscribed to the channel, consider subscribing if you feel we've earned it. On that friendly note, I'm your host, DrFox2000, and I'll be back in 5, 6, or 7 minutes. Blame the donkey. Oh boy, what are we blaming him for now? Anyway, I'm going for Pepsi. Hey, Kevin Haynes, welcome, and Mars 2028 as well. Why are you guys blaming the donkey? And what did he do? That poor donkey. Sometimes I feel sorry for him. You know, you guys blame him way too much. Sheldon went, oh, well, I never. Sheldon went. Missing earthquakes? Oh, the donkey took, but he doesn't even have a key. Oh, never mind. He's got 2 keys. All right, I'm going. I'll be back. Keep smiling. Thanks. And there we go. That microphone is back on. Welcome back, everyone. I'm your host, DrFox2000, and you're watching VolcanoX live stream. Thank you for the welcome backs from Mars 2028 and Sue Hayes and Kevin Haynes and Mount Etna in Sicily was erupting. Yeah, it was a couple of days back or last week. We did cover that. That was pretty cool. But it's not erupting anymore. It went quiet on us. Okay, yeah. Oz Brumby here is also from Australia, and so is our wonderful friend Mel. He's also in Melbourne. No, hang on. Is it Mel? What the heck's his name? Our Melbourne, our guy. Oh my God! No, jeez, I messed that up. Who's our guy from Melbourne? Leo Carlson. Leo Carlson. That's who's from Melbourne. Leo is from Melbourne. Yep, you bet, Sue. And got it out there. So yeah, all cool. And of course, one of our moderators on here, Carla, is actually in Australia as well. And Oz is from Brisbane. Yeah, she's smart. She stays where the weather is pretty constant. That's awesome. Anyway, we're going to park our beautiful canned lava there. That, of course, was from the, what was it? Time-wise, from July 24th at 1:46 a.m. So we're going to pause it right there. And we will get back over to that earthquake map. And we did want to look and see where that is. Tom and any... Yeah, Tom is there in... Tom is actually up in Brisbane as well. Andy is down in Sydney. So that should help. At least that's what Tom told me. I don't know. Maybe I'm mistaken, but that's where he is. But okay, earthquakes. There we go. Where are the other half of the country's earthquakes? I'm still missing them. Somebody has taken them away. This is preposterous. How can we do an earthquake map with only half earthquakes? Okay, and never mind. Let's just be quiet and go do our thing. Let's take a look first off at the Reykjanes Peninsula. And of course, for those who are fairly new, this area outlined here, that kind of a funny shape, that is actually our Fragedalfjall area, the system, and that actually extends into the water as well. But that is where it is. So that is right on the Reykjanes Peninsula. That's where we've had our last 3 eruptions. Our Ragnar right there with all his little events, the Siggy Fisher, and then up here where we had Rebbe pop just recently in July. Anyway, so looking at what we've got on the peninsula, we'll start out with these guys. 4.3 kilometers down, and that is at 42 minutes after midnight. Next one is a very small 1.1 kilometer down from 12:10. Over here, right close to the Blue Lagoon, there's the Blue Lagoon, there's the power plant, there's the hotel. We had a whopping 4.4 kilometers down. I bet you that shook everyone. And that is 9:36 this morning. I'm kidding. It's wouldn't shake much. Here's another 0 over here, 1.5 kilometers down from 22:37. Interesting. That is over in Nut Creeky area. Moving up, we don't see anything right at our volcanoes. We're going to go all the way up to Keilir and the northern end of Fragedalfjall, 0.5 kilometers down from 1357 for that guy. Moving on over, looking at in underneath the lake, we got a 0.3, 7.6 kilometers down from 1519 or 1509. Sorry, yeah, 1509. There we go. 0.9 from 6.8 kilometers down, 1854, and 0.2, and that is from 6.1 kilometers down, 110 this morning. 0.7, 8.2 kilometers down from 1304. Going up here, another 1.3 kilometers down from 1847. And we'll grab this 0.4 before we go up to the mess up top there. From 1500, we had a 0.4, 8.6 kilometers down. We'll grab this straggler too. 0.8, 6.9 clicks down from 441. Now, looking at this, this is kind of a mess. We'll see what we've got. We'll start down here in the bottom. 1.5 kilometers down, 1751. 0.7, 1.3 clicks down, 1416. 1.1, 1.3 kilometers down, 1400. 0.2, 5.2 clicks down, 1541. Next one is a 1.3, 2.9 kilometers down from 159. 1.1 from 2.2 clicks down, and that is at 241. Next one over, 1.2, 3.9 kilometers down, 2010. Then a 1.1, 4.9 kilometers down, fairly recent, 2205. And next one is a 1.3, and that is 4.9 kilometers down, 1236. 0.7, 4.2 clicks down from 1249. Another 0.7, 2.9 clicks down from 715. Magnitude 1, 4.9 kilometers down from 1219. 0.7, 4.9 clicks down, 1047. 0.9, 6.1 kilometers down from 1152. And 1.4 from 4.8 kilometers down, 1116. And let's go take a look at these other ones here. I had to zoom in, split them up a little bit. 0.9, 5.8 kilometers down from 1714. 0.9 from 5.4 kilometers down from 1018. And the biggest one in the group is 2.74. 6.4 kilometers down from 234 this morning. 1.4, 4.8 kilometers down from 1116. And from the 1020, we had a magnitude 2, 3.9 clicks down. Next one, a 0.7, 5.5 kilometers down, 739. A 0.2, 5.2 kilometers down from 157. And a 0.8 over there from 11.4 kilometers down, 342 this morning. Latest one is that one, 2338. That happened about 8 minutes ago. A 0.3, 5.2 kilometers down. And we also have another 2 up there, 5.2 clicks down, 826. And this one from 1724, another 0.2, 5.2 kilometers down. Now, we got that straggler already. Let's grab this other one way up here at Hofsjökull. And that's a 1:42 a.m. 1.2, 600 meters down. Pretty cool. And now, down in the bottom here, we don't see anything in Hekla at all. We have 2 fairly close to Eyjafjallajökull and 1 over at Katla. So this one, a 0.9, 3.7 kilometers down, 9:11 is the time on that one. And this one is from 7:14 a.m., also 0.9, 4.9 kilometers down. At Katla, we got a 0.3, 400 meters down, 6:21 this morning. Is that ice movement? I have no idea. Next one, we got a 0.7, 9.3 kilometers down from 1714. Another 0.7, 100 meters down, and that was from 1:33 this morning. And then we've got a 0.4, 5.1 kilometers down from 2001. getting very close to Grimsvötn, magnitude 1, 5.2 kilometers down from 1532, 1:37 a.m. a point 8, 10.1 kilometers down for him, and kind of in the middle between all the volcanoes, from 1407 a point 3, 9.6 kilometers down. Now we're getting up to Bardabunga, and that is a 1.2, 1.1 kilometers down. I came in at 2121, and then we've got a magnitude 1, 2.7 clicks down, 2204, and another 1.1 there from 5.2 kilometers down from 1225, and that's it. We're done. Hey, where'd the rest of the earthquakes go? Somebody stole half the earthquakes in Iceland. I'm protesting. All right. Apparently they are not shaking. Either the sensors all went out, or we just don't have anything happening there. Anyway, we'll leave that be. It's interesting though, and I like that kind of stuff. Sometimes it gives you a food for thought, if you will. I'm trying to snoop and find other things here while I'm doing my stuff. I don't know if this is going to work. Let's see. Yeah, I have it on there, but that didn't work. Let's see if they have it. Ooh, okay. Well, you wanted to see if Shasheldon was erupting. There is a Shasheldon, and let's see what was happening. And we you can see the plume coming out of there. Last 12 hours. Let's see what we had. Cloud, nice clouds. Yep, very good clouds. Nice time lapse, and yep, that is excellent. Clouds. I'm very, very happy at that. Oh, this isn't even up to date. Let's refresh this. Refresh. There we go. I don't know. When's that picture from? No, that is today's, but the last 12 hours wasn't. That was old. I was looking at the clock going, hang on, that's not right. No, August 29th. It isn't right. So, obviously something is not working. August 30th. They're a little bit behind times there. Current image. Anyway, that is today's image. So hopefully pretty cool. Seems Iceland gets a lot of quakes. Actually, Bulldog, that's about normal quake levels for Iceland. Anywhere between 50 and 100 every day. Little quakes. It's always shaking. It's the way it is. Anyway, that is Shasheldon volcano up in the Aleutian Islands. Actually, it's yeah, it is one of the islands, almost a part of the peninsula. So, pretty awesome to see that it was erupting and to hear about that. So, pretty cool that way. Anyway, let's go over to our next volcano or a volcanic activity, and that will be over at oh, where are we going? Maybe a Popocatépetl, I think. Let's see. I just gotta find it. All right. Who's been messing with my screens? I am not able to see a Popocatépetl. Why? Somebody's been messing with my screens again. Uh-oh. No. All right. I know it's here somewhere. I found it. All right, of course, I have to refresh. Yeah, it wouldn't be fair if I just got in there and was able to go and see it, would it? No, we got to have commercials first. Amongst other things when we're going into view stuff. Anyway. Yeah, Popocatépetl is not the cat's meow today. Pretty nice, eh? Looks like it's raining there. Let's back that up a bunch. See if we can get out of the rain. And, ooh, nice clouds. That's not a very good quality. There we go. Let's go back. Oh, hang on. What did we just hit upon here? Something in the midst. Somewhere around here. There we go. 47 minutes after 10 a.m. You can see in the background behind those clouds there is some eruptive activity going on, and there is some plumage, but the clouds are obscuring things. Here's a little further back in time. You can definitely tell that there is some output happening from the volcano. Looks awful white. This is at 9:49 a.m. Debbie Brady, welcome. Glad to have you on board. Thanks for popping in. Going back a little bit further, we do see some. I wonder if that's almost like a lenticular cloud trying to develop on here. Maybe there was one earlier. Anyway, 8:15. We do have snow on the top of Popocatépetl, and I don't know if that's maybe what's generating some of that. If we go back a little further, no snow there, so maybe that is just recent snow. Anyway, you can see it off-gassing fairly healthily. And let's see if we go back a little bit here. Golden times, there it is, and that is at 6:24 a.m. Looking actually not bad at all. And we did have a little bit of a puff during the night here. Let's see if we can bring that on. Right around here, 5:24 this morning. A little bit of a bouncy lava in that crater, but you can see some of that stuff dropping there. And I know it's a slow frame by frame, but that's the way they do it. That's how they get such nice background star images, because they've opened up the iris and slowed the frame rate down. But you can see quite a bit that way. Of course, the moonlight lighting everything up as well, certainly helping. But this is from Popocatépetl, central Mexico. It's about 70 kilometers southeast of Mexico City, and that is what we're seeing. So yeah, Popo is puffing, and that was pretty awesome. So it was doing its thing. Anyway, that is where it's at 11 minutes after 6 a.m. And this is where it's at now at 17:55, or almost 6 p.m. There. Next one, let's make this one smaller, and we will go over to, that one is not running. They've got a new stream. All right, this is our, I got it. There we go. Our wonderful Fuego in Guatemala. And the Fuego has been doing funny things here, mostly hiding in the clouds. But anyway, 1738, this is what we're seeing, a little bit of a plume coming out of the business end. And I don't know if there was a heck of a lot more earlier. I do see a few spots in there where we see a puffy clouds coming out of it, but it was covered. I hate when it's all covered in clouds and things. That's really not good. For observing a volcano, it's really not. Anyway, there is from earlier there, from 1521. If we go back a little bit more, we got it to, that's 1502. So that's what we see. That's it's only been running for a little while here, so not very good visibility. That's likely why they restarted their stream, because of all of the clouds in there. Anyway, that is Fuego in Guatemala, and that is doing its thing. Not much right now. Normally we see lots of pluming and activity coming from it. We'll see what happens in the future. Next volcano, going a little further south, we're down in Nicaragua, and that image was from today at what was it, 5:41 a.m. and that is, you can see the lava, the arc of the lava down in the bottom of that caldera. Let's refresh that one, see if it looks any different. And yep, glowy right now. Nice. That is at 1753 is the time on that shot. So looking pretty awesome, and we like it. I think maybe one day we'll see that lava rise in here and spurt all over the place. All right, next one is a little further south, Rincon de la Vieja in Costa Rica. Unfortunately, the jungle clouds have gotten us today once again. So no visibility, and that is it. We are in the jungle. Let's leave that one be. We'll go further south, head down to Chile. I know it's chilly down there. And this morning we were able to get these shots. So this is Lascar, and of course we do see Lascar, a little bit of steam rising in there. As you can see, it's off-gassing a little bit. They make these time lapses themselves, so unfortunately we can't control what they've got there. But hey, it's off-gassing. It's a good indicator that it is doing something. And next shot, of course, is Laguna del Mole, and no activity there either. We do see the lake is still not really frozen over, and lots of snow everywhere. So let's leave that one be. And the next one is our wonderful Villarrica. And unfortunately, Villarrica is hiding in the clouds. I'm going to actually refresh this and see if we have anything glowing at Villarrica, because I'm curious. We did have some Strombolian activity there yesterday, so let's see what we get from it today or tonight. Anyway, Villarrica, let's see. And it does not appear that Villarrica is making any impact through the clouds. It would be lighting up in here somewhere, and it certainly is not. So let's leave it as that. And it is a time for me to go take a break, ladies and gentlemen. I'm going to put it back on this one here, and we'll go back to the canned lava and get that running again for the duration of the break. And for the good people who are here, if you have not yet hit that like button, please, and now is your opportunity. It is absolutely free. It doesn't cost a penny to go hit that like button. Just give it a shot and help us out. Also, if you haven't yet subscribed to the channel, consider subscribing if you feel we've earned it. On that friendly note, I'm your host, DrFox2000, here in Edmonton, Alberta, Canada. I'm going to go take a break. When I come back, we're going to have bacon seeds. Yay! Bacon seeds. And then I will carry on with the rest of the show from there. Keep smiling, play nice in the lava, hear some music, and while I'm gone. we go. The microphone is back on. Welcome back, everyone. I'm your host, DrFox2000, and you're watching VolcanoX live stream. Thank you for the welcome backs from Sue and Henry, and J-Cell is here. Welcome, J-Cell. And Kevin Haynes and Mars 2028. And Bulldog says, welcome back. And Bulldog, just so you know, there is one volcano that is considered active, but it's quiet. It's not having any unrest in Australia. And just to show you that before we go to bacon seeds real quick, there it is on the map. There's Australia, obviously, Tasmania, and there's your volcano. It's called Newer Volcanics Province Volcano, and that is where it is, down there near Melbourne. If we zoom in a little bit, you can see where Melbourne is, obviously. Well, sort of. Anyway, that's where it's located, and that is pretty cool. So let's see if we go street hybrid. How about that? There we go. That gives you a better idea. Anyway, Melbourne is over there. The volcano is in over here. And lots of people in Australia didn't even know it was there, including Leo Carlson, who lives over here in Melbourne. Over here on this side, right in view of it. Anyway, all good. Just figured I'd point that out. Yeah, you do have one that's considered to be active but quiet. So that is all cool. Anyway, let's carry on with bacon seeds. We'll go over here, and that, of course, is our last one from yesterday. And unfortunately, our piggy is in the hospital, so she couldn't send any new ones. Normally she's like that, doing her thing, but I figured, okay, well, no big deal. I'm going to cover for her, so we got some happy-looking little piggies, and the bacon seeds are beautiful, no matter what. And there is the little sleeper, and looking mighty blue, if you're asking me, and not a care or worry in the world. Hey, there's Wonky Donkey. Welcome there, Trev. All right, I'm seeing a lot of spots here. How many spots do we see on the screen? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 9 piglets and lots of spots. Okay, I'm not counting pigs. I counted pigs. You guys are supposed to count spots. He changed his name again. Who changed his name? Wonky Donkey? That Wonky Donkey is always changing his name. I have no idea why he does that. He's trying to figure out things, I guess. He's a learning feller. Dalmatian piggies. Yeah, what about that one? How many spots do you see there? They look like they got a nice looking bed there. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. That's only an 8-pack. But lots of spots. 8 pigs with lots and lots. One escaped. Hey, I know Henry. He's holding the camera. Oh, let's get to the next ones, and we'll see what we've got. And that is some more bacon seeds with spots and beds and nice cuddly things. And look at this. These guys have better linens than we do. How's that work? And they're proud of it. I like it. Oh, pretty awesome. And that is pretty nice looking for that group of 5 there. They look friendly. Yeah, they are. They do look, and they're happy, and they're happy looking. They're going, we've got it made. Next one is this one. And I don't know if he looks a little bit more on the small side. He moved while they were taking the shot. But little guy nonetheless, pretty awesome. And let's get to the next one. Uh-oh, and this one is starting to get a little bit porky. And of course he's smiling. He says, I like being picked up. That means my mommy's going to feed me. Learning to walk. Yep, some of them do that. And here's our next one. That is like, what? Ooh. Yeah, that is pretty awesome. I like that shot. The facial expressions sometimes really, really get me. Sharon Stewart, welcome. I can hear you. Anyway, a couple more, and these are definitely taking it easy. They're enjoying the day. Piggies in a blanket, and they are doing a wonderful job at keeping themselves warm. Let's get to our next bacon seeds. And these are indeed seeds. They are very tiny little guys. And that is awesome. I hear you too, DrFox2000. All right, enough. My singing voice isn't good. Twin seeds. Yep, we do see that. Snout boppers are slightly different, but they do both have that white V crest on their foreheads. Pretty cool. And our last bacon seed for today. And that is this smiling little feller looking at the camera. And again, very happy looking little pigs. You know, and that is what you gotta love when you look at them and you see them smiling, and the expressions. It's priceless. It really is. Very smiley. Yep, happy to be there. Content animal. You know, they are not scared or skittish or suffering or anything like that. They are doing well. He wants your cookie. Yeah. Yeah, I'd smile too if somebody offered me a cookie. That a smile, woo, yep. All right, and we'll leave that be. And we did our stuff over in the other places. Let's see, so we looked at Iceland so far. We looked at North and South America, basically. Let's pop over to Indonesia and see what we've got happening over there. Next one in Indonesia is Merapi. Merapi not going to make us happy. Let's take a look and see what we got. Yeah, sure. Volcano Gray. And that's an awful nice color, isn't it? Let's see if we got anything, if we go back in time a little bit. Hour and 26 minutes ago, we did see a little bit of it at 5:54 a.m. as the sun was rising, but that's about it. And then it went back into the cloud work, as you can see there. And if we go back a little bit, I spotted a little bit of a glow up top here, and that's at 4:22 a.m. And I'm not sure what was all going on there. And if we go back a little bit more, we see at 3:48 there was some pretty nice stars out in the background, and we see that lava flow down the hill. Now, because this is one of the other angles that we normally don't see. Normally we don't see as much of this as what we are today, so it must have come this direction a little bit more. Unfortunately, the other camera views are still very, very poor. We're not going to see much from them. If we go back here, and I'm just kind of fishing through it here, trying to see if we can spot anything. That's kind of the normal view of the cameras. There you can see the IR camera. It does have a little bit of lava up there, and in the color shot you can't see a heck of a lot. You do see the very top lit up, right? But that's about it. Really nothing major coming out of it. So as far as today, I don't know if is Merapi going to make us happy. I don't know. Let's see what this one is. Yesterday at 22:17, we do see some bacon flow, and that is coming down the hill fairly quickly. Is that the quality as good as it gets? Yeah, apparently. So we do also see it on the IR cameras, and that is pretty awesome. It does light up on here a lot more because it is heat emitting infrared radiation or heat. So looking at what we've got here, it is there, but it's cooling very quickly. So again, the different vents up top here, things are forever changing on top of this thing, and every day it's a little bit different as far as the way the lava is coming out and which vent it actually comes out of. But that is not bad for today. Let's see if there were any others prior to that. We did have some right around here maybe. Let's see if we can get to that. This one here, we see a little bit more bacon coming down the hill as well as here. Let's see if we can back that up a little bit more. I'm interested in this extra spot glowing over here, and I'm kind of wondering where that took off to. Let's see. Oh no, and we get a little bit more lava here. Let's see if we can get this in the right spot. We should be able to spot it. There is a little bit of a glow, and that really glows over here on the IR. But that is not going down the same path. I thought it was going to go this way rather than over in that direction. But nice to see a little bit more bacon coming down the hill. And of course, that is pretty awesome. Yeah, let's see if do we have anything else in there that would have been okay to look at. I'm just scanning back here a little bit. Yeah, here's another one from a while ago. That one is from 2032. And again, you look at the IR camera, you see how well lit up it is. And then, of course, I zoom back out on this other shot here, the side view. Still seeing it. Almost looks like there's a lightning off in some other direction there. And that is, well, maybe that's not lightning. That's happening too frequently. Boy, that's somebody with a huge spotlight then. Or that, they got that big camera. Anyway, looking at the bacon coming down the hill, yep, it definitely was there. And I don't know if there was really that much more. This, of course, was from 2032 yesterday. Let's see what this one is. From 1940. Back that up a little bit just to see what actually came out when it did. It didn't look like much when I went by just scanning it. So 1939 is the time on it, and then yeah, we see it wasn't really pouring out a heck of a lot. We do see though down here on the bottom left the camera is lighting up fairly well, and there is my extra little bit there. I keep thinking that we're going to see a flow come down this side, but I think maybe I'm wrong. Anyway, that's kind of it for today for Merapi. Let's put that back on live So Merapi, yeah, kind of made us happy, but not really. I would have liked to see more lava, please. Anyway, let's see what we've got out at Mount Ruapehu in New Zealand, and that's at 8:16 a.m. Not seeing the mountain at all. If we go back a little bit further, yeah, oh, no, we can't see the mountain. Nice clouds, but we can't see the mountain. If we go back a little bit further, no, we can't. And a little bit more, no, nothing. No go. Clouds covering it up all the way through. Anyway, Mount Ruapehu is back there. We know that. Nobody's stolen it yet. We'll leave that as be, and we'll go to the next shot here. And this, of course, is a Taupo. The volcano is called Taupo, and the caldera is actually the lake. So the entirety of the lake, and of course, because of the clouds, you can't see how far that goes on. But Mount Ruapehu is in the background there on the opposite side of that lake, behind another mountain. So quite a ways away, and pretty cool. Nothing much going on here other than, you know, they don't have that great of a day. Some cloud looks like it's raining in some spots. It might be raining right over here. And it may have rained because you can see some of the spots on the road here are wet. So, and windy. We see our little flag here, the open sign, flopping around in the breeze. And that's about it for there. This, of course, courtesy of the Suncourt Hotel and Conference Center in Taupo. And if you stay there on a sunny day, you'll have a beautiful view of the lake. Additionally, you would be able to see Mount Ruapehu in the background, plus multiple other volcanoes that aren't doing a heck of a lot of stuff. On that note, that's about it there. Let's make that one smaller, and we can possibly go over real quick before the break. We'll go to this picture, and just wanted to share that one with you. Actually, that is from Mars 2028. He sent that in, and there it is. So, yeah, underneath all that dirty ash and plumage, there's a volcano, and that is called Shasheldon. And this says Shasheldon ash plume at 8:43 a.m. AKDT. I guess that's Alaskan daytime, yeah, daytime. Okay. From the airplane passing north of the volcano during Event 9 of the 2023 eruption. So pretty cool. Yep, and that is some awesome stuff. Yona! Welcome, Yona from Iceland, and nice to have you on board. Anyway, beautiful views, and that is what we've got going on there at Shasheldon, and we'll have more reports on that later. The other shots, of course, Shasheldon from right now, well, this one was from 1508, so it wasn't erupting as much anymore, but it is still active. That's the neat part. Let's see if we refresh that. Does it look like that anymore? Well, this is from 1609 their time, and still smoking. Definitely hasn't quit doing that. So all good. But that was the image from earlier, and that was from 8:43 a.m. there, Alaska Daylight Time. So pretty cool. All right, let's put you back on the canned lava. And there it is. What a nice shot. Lots of canned lava. Anyway, I will leave that on for you while I go for a break. For those good people who have not yet hit that like button, give it a quick bop. Also, if you have not yet subscribed, consider subscribing if you feel we've earned it. On that friendly note, I'm your host, DrFox2000, here in Edmonton, Alberta, Canada. I will be back in 5, 6, or 7 minutes. And here comes some lovely music to keep you tantalated while I'm gone. I have no idea. That's a bad word. Keep you happy, okay? How about that? Let's just put it on. I'll be back. And there we go. That microphone is back on. Welcome back, everyone. I'm your host, DrFox2000. You're watching VolcanoX live stream. And let's see. Thank you for the welcome backs from Sue and Kevin and Henry, as well as Bulldog. And yeah, I was just reading the, I knew there was a kangaroo island. I heard of that. There's also a pig island. And there's a snake island. There's rat island. There's all kinds of things. Thanks, Mars 2028, for the welcome back. And I hear you, Dr. Fox 2000. Yes, Rat Island. There is a Rat Island. A Snake Island, yes. Henry, there's a few Snake Islands. Don't go there. Penguin Island in the Antarctic, yes, that's there as well. And don't forget Fox Island. Of course I won't forget the Fox Island. Extra letters are sneaky a doc. Oh, the extra letters, huh? Okay. Hurrah. All right. Fox Island is the best. Yeah, I like those. That'd be pretty cool. Anyway, let's leave that be. I know there's other islands like Vancouver Island. Yeah, that doesn't sound very appealing at all. Oh, hang on, where's Bob? Oops. Yeah, they got some really neat islands out there, but I don't know. Do they have... is there a place called Ostrich Island? I don't think so. Tasmania has Tasmanian devils, I guess. There's a Devil Island. I've heard of that before. Where else? I'm just trying to think of all these other islands that are out there that we don't normally associate with. Well, if you come up with an island that you think is neat, check it on Google and see if it exists, and let us know. Anyway, and that is cool. Let's park our canned lava, and we are going to continue on with our wonderful stuff, and we are in Java, looking at Semeru. Well, looking at the clouds covering Semeru. How about that? Let's go back a little bit and see if we spot any differences in the then and now. Well, we got yellow rain coming down. Yellow rain from the sky is not a good sign. I hope they are okay there in Indonesia. Yellow rain is always a terrible thing. A bunch of moose, yeah. Oh, Moose Islands, yeah, there's lots of those. Stay clear of a Skunk Island. Well, Dan, I am not going to go ahead there and count them. They're probably friendly, though. They haven't seen any humans. It's a rain, sun streaks. Well, I don't know what is causing that to be yellow like that. Maybe it's gold flakes coming down. How about that? What? There is a Österreichland and a Solvag, California. It's a ranch, not an island, though. Okay, so it's an ostrich land. Ostrich, Österreichland. It's like a German. Yeah, I don't know. Ostrich land. Okay, a stormtrooper's aiming at the camera. Oh, and they're not hitting it. That's the problem, Henry. Maybe, and that's what it is. Little laser lights are coming through there. That's the best I could do. Awesome. Well, you did pretty good there. I know there's a bunch of other islands. I've heard of Cat Island and Dog Island, and there was one called Fish Island. I don't know why you would call it Fish Island. Maybe there's fish living there on the island. I have no idea. Anyway, let's go back a little bit more and see if we could see anything. And I don't think we could. It looks like they had that inclement weather all night long. And we're going back into the previous day. That's 22-26 already. Still raining and raining and raining. And then it quit raining, but it was foggy, so it was about to rain at 1948, or just about 8 p.m. there. So let's leave that be. That's not showing us a heck of a lot. Very poor weather, and we don't get to see anything. And let's see what Lava TV Cabs has, if he has anything for today under lives. And oh, he finished streaming 51 minutes ago. We can take a look at that one. We do have permission to do that, so that is all good. And for those who are interested in getting views of Mayon, please, what is going on? Why is that stalling? There is a Mayon volcano. That is the big island in the Philippines. And there you go. So pretty awesome to be able to see it at night. Unfortunately, he is quite a distance away and doesn't have the greatest of camera equipment. But we do see the top of the volcano there, and it looks like right now it's got two kind of flow paths that it's following. Let's see if it improves any. One of the big things that he has trouble with there is weather. Go figure that one out, eh? Going a little further here in time. Just not seeing too much here. Let's see if we can show it during his dawn time. And that should be right around here. We should be able to see it. There's actually a little bit of a plume coming there. And we'll actually see some flow. I want to make sure, yeah, 720, that's the best we get out of that. That's all we got. Anyway, we do see a little bit of flow coming down the side of the mountain, and that is pretty good. I want to remind everyone this is one of those volcanoes that's got a really, really neat shape and a very pointy up top, so pretty cool. Anyway, that is getting near dawn, and as we progress forward here, we can see a couple more times here that there was a little bit of lava come out on this side. We've seen a little bit here, so if we advance it a little bit, we might be able to see that. At least it looked like lava. There's a lot of haze and dew and everything else right around here, smoke right around the edge of the volcano, so it's hard to see sometimes. Especially, oh, there it is. I want to see if I can get there. It lit up right in this area. That's what I'm after. Hoping to be able to see where that is. Lots of birds in the foreground. I don't know if I've passed it or missed it. Okay, well, it wasn't much of a flow anyway, so we'll leave that be. And we'll move on a little bit further here. And that is what we've got there later on in the morning. And let's see, there's a pretty decent puff with the background here. You can see it a little bit better at that time. And again, you know, it's continuing to do its thing. So Mayon definitely is active, doing what it loves to do, and that is continue to off gas and chug along, and that's what we've got. So let's leave that one be, and we'll get to our next volcano. I don't know if we can show anything over at Yellowstone. No, Yellowstone is dark, so we're not going to be able to see that. And I'm going to see if we can go have a look at Sicily here and see if we could spot anything. I know it was cloudy there all day, so yeah, that's kind of what I thought. Okay, so let's do that. Let's pop over to Sicily real quick, and there is Mount Etna. Isn't it beautiful? Oh wait, those are clouds. Never mind. You're not going to see Mount Etna. Only parts of it. Anyway, there you go. A southeast event. That was from 13:17 or 1:17 in the afternoon. Unfortunately, the views were like this during the other times, and that makes it a little bit tougher to kind of commentate on and even do anything with. So let's leave it as that. We're going to put that one back on live. We're going to make that smaller, go to the other view, and go back in time on this one as well, and see if it showed itself at all. This is right around here. Yep, cloud. There is Etna, and the business end is covered up. Let's see if we can go back a little bit more and see it. Nope, still covered up. Darn it. And we go all the way back, and yep, we still can't see it. So, no views of Etna today, unfortunately. We'll put that one back on live. We'll have a quick look at the chart for Etna. I don't like this chart. It's down we go. But it did come back up at the end a little bit. So, if it stayed there or kept going and rising from that point, I'd be very happy. But I don't think it's going to do that. I think it's going to have another downward drop as soon as we finish talking about it. I don't know. We'll see what happens. Anyway, that is Mount Etna, and let's go over to Japan real quick, and we'll have a look at the Japanese islands, our Japanese volcanoes. Our ice cream boat is gone. We have to wait for the next one. No ice cream boat there. Darn it. Anyway, that is Sakurajima in Japan, and this is Kagoshima area, and there it is. And let's go take a look at some of the other wonderful shots. That's not quite live. This is. Let's get it to live. Come on, you can do it. There we go. So that is what it looks like right now. That is live, and it's doing its thing. If we go back a couple hours ago, it was a little better looking with a nice plume coming out, but it is very white and very gassy that way. Look, it's a face, and we got eyes and blowing out smoke and a nice hairdo up top here, or some kind of hat. So a face, yeah, neat. And now it's starting to look like a sheep on the back end. Okay, never mind. All right. Pareidolia will console ya. Anyway, let's continue going back a little bit more. 6:08 a.m. That's kind of what it looked like. That is kind of a neat shot. And if we go back a little bit more, it still had neat things happening. Yeah, a little bit more steam off-gassing. And during the night, I think it was doing exactly the same as well. It's just very difficult to see, unfortunately, even with some moonlight. The moonlight is, of course, lighting up the tops here of the cloud that it has created. Let's see if we can go back any further here, see if there was any eruptive activity. And again, it really doesn't look like it's throwing out a heck of a lot there. So that is 30 minutes after midnight. I don't see any glow from the volcano, and that is something that I'm always looking for. Now, I don't know about this. This looks like it's just lit up from the moonlight a little bit. But yeah, still off-gassing. So there you go. And that is what's happening at Sakurajima in Kagoshima, Japan. Unfortunately, our close-up views are not going to work very well. That would be this. Matter of fact, it's not working at all. It's got commercials on it. How about we go to this one? This is ASO, and ASO 2 is covered in clouds. If we go back a little bit, though, we do see kind of a neat setting with some sunlight up top there, and almost a view of the caldera back there. This may be caused from the caldera. Let's see if we can go back just a little bit more, see what it looked like. Yeah, this little plume here, this cloud right there, just that piece, not the stuff behind it, but this one here is from the volcano. That's off-gassing. The rest is just cloud kind of rolling in there. That is kind of neat. If we go back, that's almost a neat sunrise. Scary looking. Ominous. Ooh. All right, let's leave that be. That is ASO, and that is in Japan. And unfortunately, right now, that's the way it looks there. That is live, and we're not able to do anything with it because we can't see the vent itself. So let's make that one smaller, pop over to the next one, and I'm glad we can actually see it in between clouds. It parted ways here, and that is Asama, and it is off-gassing. You can see it, but the cloud monsters are coming together, and they're going to wipe us out. There looks like this is some kind of little poodle, and these are monsters coming after him. He's got his tongue out, ready to go get him. I don't know. More pareidolia. You know what that is, eh? That pareidolia is the ability to see figures or objects in paintings and clouds and all kinds of things. Things that aren't necessarily supposed to be there. It's what you make of it, right? So pretty cool. Anyway, let's go back that one up a little bit more. Just got a thunderstorm alert. Oh, stay safe, Sarah. Hopefully it's not banging and booming too much there. 7:29 a.m. We do see that it was kind of throwing off a little bit of gas there. If we go back a bunch more, hey, look, we caught a bird. We caught a bird. You see quite a bit of a plume going out, and that is kind of neat. I've never seen it go like that before. 4:26 a.m. is the time on that, so definitely throwing out some gas. And here's some more. So, yep, 3:43 a.m. Definitely a busy little volcano. Interesting. 2:44 it was throwing out some gas. And let's see, going back even further, that's kind of neat. Some moonlight on the gas clouds there. 1:37, and that's pretty cool. And if we go back a little bit more, still doing its thing, 8 minutes after midnight. So pretty awesome to see that. Let's leave that be. So that is Asama. That's about 100 kilometers to the west, slightly northwest of Tokyo. And that is what it looks like there right now, 10 a.m. Time for me to go for a break, since it's 10 a.m., all right? There, 10 a.m.? Yeah, never mind. Okay, it's 7 p.m. here, and that is the top of the hour. I'm going to put you back on some canned lava, and we'll start that even. since I turned it off. There we go. And after the break, we will come back with, oh, I don't know, something that's shaking around the world, earthquakes, and we'll have maybe a quick peek at our wonderful SO2 maps and see what's happening there. Likely we'll see more coming from Sheldon up in the north. I just hope it's not a really gassy one. Anyway, I'm your host, DrFox2000. I'll be back in 5, 6, or 7 minutes. Keep smiling, play nice in the lava, and I'll be back. go. The microphone is back on. Welcome back, everyone. I'm your host, DrFox2000. You're watching VolcanoX live stream. And I see Yvonne Kunkel just popped in. Welcome, Yvonne. And thanks, Mars 2028 and Sue Hayes. And Kananaskis Country is here. Welcome and thank you. And good to have you guys all on board. And I hear you, Dr. Fox 2000 from Sharon Stewart. Oh, anyway, a little bit of fun. Thanks, Brian, for the welcome back there as well. Okay, so let's do something here. I don't know what the heck is going on with the replay here. Every once in a while it seems to stall, and it's not the best. So we may switch this for, well, tomorrow. We're not going to watch the remainder of this, so we'll see what we can do for tomorrow. Put day 15, part 1 on there maybe, or part 2 with some lava flow stuff, you know, gooey stuff. We like that. Anyway, let's get at it. Yeah, there was a huge pop at Sheldon, Yvonne. I don't know if you heard that. I'm sure you did. It went kapoof. There it is. That's what's left. Sheldon in Alaska. Yep, no, only a picture, and that's all you get. 32,000 a foot a plume. Dirty stuff. All right, let's go over and see what our, not the volcano map. Hang on, what's going on here? Oh, hang on, I used that earlier. No worries. Okay, let's take a look and see what we've got going on around the planet earthquake-wise. And we don't see anything new here in the Kamchatka Peninsula. We don't see anything large and new anywhere in the Aleutian Islands or Alaskan Peninsula. There's a bunch of little ones as usual, so we'll leave those be. Biggest one that I see there is a 3.8 in the Gulf of Alaska from today at 6:33 a.m. 10 kilometers down. We'll leave him be. Sliding down a bit more, again, the same kind of thing there along the areas there in California. Nothing really big. 3.2 for, what is it, 11.2 kilometers down, 8:34 this morning. They might have felt that, I don't know. 3.2, way out in the water, maybe not. I don't think so. Let's go down a little bit further and take a look, and I'm sure somebody standing underneath this would have felt it. 3.9 in Chile from 6:12 a.m., 40.8 kilometers down. The other one over here, also Chile, yep, 4.0, they would have felt that for sure. 8:30 this morning at 102.9 kilometers down. Sliding down a little bit more, checking the South Sandwich Islands. Don't see anything there. Don't see anything on our bottom end of the mid-Atlantic ridge happening either there. Zooming, going over, having a look at New Zealand, and of course nothing in Australia. We do have one, Maria, and where is it? This is Kermadec Island region, 4.9, 319.6 kilometers down for that quake. Nothing else in Tonga or Fiji, and really nothing till you get over to Papua New Guinea, 5.8, and that was from 9:03, 53.6 kilometers down for that guy. So a little bit shaky there. And what do we got? This is Tual, Indonesia, or that's the closest place. Anyway, 4.6 from yesterday at 22:30, 46.9 kilometers down for him. Moving along, we see off of the south central regions of Java, Indonesia. We do have this one. 4.3, 88 kilometers southwest of, what is it? Kilakap, Indonesia. I don't know if I said that right. I'm sure I butchered it. 8:35 this morning, 63.8 kilometers down for that guy. Next one up, off of on the coast of Sumatra, 4.9, and that's at 2:38, and that's 53.1 kilometers down. And I don't know, am I going to say this right? 58 kilometers south of Bengkulu. Maybe that's closer to what it should be there for that one. And another one up on the northern end, and that one is 59 kilometers west of Cinnabon. I can pronounce that. Came in at 8:58 this morning, 5.0 from 24.3 kilometers down. Interesting. And then over here, what do we got? Indonesia, 4.9, 1807, 54.3 kilometers down. And let's see, it's caused by ice and snow. Who has come in contact with magma? Magma? Are we talking pre-magmatic explosions? Oops. A little bit of ice dripping in there, a little bit of melt water, Yvonne? Is that what you're thinking? Just a little bit? Okay. Anyway, this one, 4.7, and that is in the southern end of the Philippines from yesterday, 2212 at 76.3 kilometers down. I am not going to try that name. I'm sorry, that's enough. And then we go all the way past the main Philippine islands, and we see Taiwan's got some quakes. 4.5 from 2113 yesterday, 10 kilometers down on the west side of the island. 4.9, 3:30 this morning, 11.7 kilometers down for that one. And then this is kind of off in the Japanese island regions. That is a 4.8 from 1:22 a.m. 10 kilometers down for that guy. Going up the coast of Japan here, looking for more. We do see one quake very close to Tokyo. This is Tokyo right here, and this is a 4.9 near the coast of Honshu, Japan, and that's Honshu over here. 22:27 is the time on that, 57.9 kilometers down. And this guy here is 4.5, and that is slightly further north, 1:52 a.m., 36.7 kilometers down. And nothing more of that. And back to the Kamchatka Peninsula, don't see anything else there. Got all this action. Not seeing anything more in China or Tajikistan or Afghanistan there. All quiet, but we do have another sizable quake there in Tanzania, 5.2 at 9:42 a.m., 10 kilometers down. Yep, I'm telling you, if you buy now, you will get beachfront property. I guarantee you this. You know, you can have the intercoastal area, which is going to take a little longer to get there, but you will have beachfront. If you buy on this side here, let's just zoom that in a little bit more. Over on this side here, any of these mountain retreats, well, this will all have that wonderful water inflow, and it will be really, really an awesome site. You'll have shallow beaches, very wonderful weather there because of it being pretty much on the equator. And, you know, land is relatively cheap. Just come and see the DrFox special on Somalian and Ethiopian land that will be available for sale at the end of the show. Anyway, that's okay. Does the weight of the ice keep most of the magma underground until significant pressure builds up at Yvonne? Okay, it's acting like the crust. The magma searches for the weakest spot, cracks in the surface, and when it hits the cold snow or ice, it explodes. It goes from volume A, which is the size of 1, to volume 2, which is the size of 100 in the flash of snap of your fingers. I don't know, really, really quickly, explosive like. Anyway, okay, so no buyers on the beachfront property. Darn it, I was hoping. Odd earthquake a little further north here, and this one is a 4.0. 10:26 a.m. is the time on that one, and I'm sure they would have felt that 5 kilometers down. I hope it wasn't anything too serious there. And that is about it. Oh, and we do have one on the Mid-Atlantic Ridge. We just didn't look. North of Ascension Island, a 5.0 from 11:50, and that came in at 10 a.m. So pretty awesome. Okay, I'm moving over to Hawaii. Hang on, I want to check over here. I'm curious. Virgin Islands 3.6, 3.8, and that one 3.7. Okay. So just little guys that just enough to keep you busy thinking, are we going to get the big one? Anyway, zooming into Hawaii, and there we can see the big island of Hawaii itself. There's Oahu, there's Maui, and of course the only quakes that we see are all down here right around the big island, and of course that is the hot spot. Let's grab this one way out here, 2.8, and that is from 7:52 a.m. and that is 6:30 this morning. Oh, sorry, 6.3 kilometers down. 7:52 a.m. Take away 4 hours in the summertime, and that gets you to Hawaiian time. So that'll be 3:52 this morning. Now that I've got that right and been corrected, and we stand by those corrections. Sometimes we make mistakes, and like in science, it's self-correcting. Somebody will come along and say, hey, did you think of this? Oops. Anyway, all good. Now 1.9 of 7:50 a.m. for that guy. And next one is a 1.4 from yesterday at 21:44, and then the 1.9 from today at 13:02, 2.1 from 15:34, and this guy here 1.8 from 13:50 out in the water, 2.1 at 3:30 this morning. And then we get onto the land again, and that is a 2.0 from yesterday at 19:25. Next is 2.1 from 19:15 today. And let's see, this guy here, whoop, and there we go. That's from 2.0 from 16:42. And that guy is a 2.0 from 13 minutes after 8 p.m. yesterday, their time. Typically, they're all between 26 and 37 kilometers down, with the exception of this one. This one happens to be 3 kilometers down, and it's kind of neat. The other ones are all pretty normal, so a little odd for that one. What is this one over here? 2.4 out in the water, 1:30 this morning, 41.9 kilometers down below sea level. Quite deep. Next one, we've got this one, 1.7 from midnight, 37.7 clicks down, and that is cool right at midnight as the bells toll. And then we've got this one up on the hill, 2.5 from 1837, 7 kilometers below sea level. And this one up on the side hill of Mauna Loa, 2.3, 1:03 a.m. and 1.8 kilometers below sea level for that. Now, looking at our Kilauea area, let's zoom in here a little bit. Looks like things are being a little bit more confined again and a little bit more numerous. So we'll start out with that. It's a 0.8 from 23 at 25 yesterday, 1.8 kilometers down. Let's start over here and work our way through downward. So this one is a 1.9 from yesterday, 22 at 38, 1.3 kilometers down. This is a 1.7 from 1728 today, 1.6 clicks down. Then we've got a 2.0 from 1654, 1.1 kilometers below sea level. And we have a 1.8. That is exactly 1 kilometer down below sea level at 1903. And next guy beside that is a 1.8 from 746, 900 meters down. And that's actually better, 900 meters. 1.8 from 23 at 25 yesterday, 1.4 kilometers down. Let's zoom in, split them up a little bit more. This is a 1.8 from 1:30 this morning, 1 kilometer down. 0.6 from 2056 yesterday, and that is 1.4 kilometers down. Next one, a 0.9, 1.3 kilometers down. Yesterday's at 1949. 0.8 from yesterday at 2150, and that is 1.2 kilometers down. Next one, 1.7. Yesterday's 1949, 1.3 kilometers down. And then we got a 0.4. Yesterday's at 2126, a 1.1 kilometer down. And a 0.4 from 2112, 1.2 kilometers down. This is a 1.5 from a 1.2 kilometers down from 1952. And 2.6 from 2019, 1.5 kilometers down. And then we've got a 0.9 from 2028 yesterday, 1.3 clicks down. And our last one on the list is a 3.0 from yesterday at 2018 at 1.4 kilometers below sea level. So I think we've got all the quakes there. Really makes you wonder what's going on. Right now it seems to be a little bit quieter as far as the shallower depths. So are we still waiting? And it is one of those things. Let's see. I'm trying to catch up to the chat since I was looking away from it all the time. What? Someone picked a few? Who picked what? Interesting. That Shishon is over the Aleutian subduction zone, so it's explosive to begin with, and the ice, and you get an extra big explosion. We like big booms. Yes, kaboom. Actually, pre-magmatic type explosions. You get some water mixed in there and you let her rip. It's always neat. I like it. Was Miocene Richmond your thesis? Nah, not always. Oh, come on. We want big booms, Yvonne. Yeah. Boom, boom. We want hunga tunga hunga ha'apai. Times 10. That would be cool. Actually, that would be pretty scary. Just imagine having, like a real big blast like that. Now, fortunately, we can talk about that for a second. Fortunately, you know, we had this happen where it did. Had, you know, say, had it happened some place that is a lot more populated. Um, let's let's take Taal volcano as an example. Okay, there, right there in the Philippines. If a Taal would have blasted out the way Hunga Ha'apai did its thing, um, we would be looking at a whole different scenario in how everything happened, you know. And there's a Taal right there, and you know that island would have been gone, and you can pretty much see, like in this shot. Actually, I don't know if you can tell. Maybe just zoom out. There, you can see the caldera. Okay, this is the original caldera there, and of course the lake is at the bottom of it. And then if this thing blew, this whole thing would all collapse, not just the island. Yeah, not just this. You'd have catastrophe here, like crazy. This would be really, really scary. Volcanoes in Alaska don't always explode. Great Sitkins has been building a lava dome for 3 years and still hasn't exploded. Yep. You know, the thing is though, when you look at this, and you know, there is a possibility that that could happen if you had an explosion like that. That would be really, really scary. Um, what's already scary enough is the fact that Taal has a big lake on the inside of the inner volcano here. So, you know, if they had the wrong kind of earthquake, it could just go kaboom, right? Not just the island, yeah. There would be big catastrophes if that kind of a scenario played out there rather than where it was out here in Tonga. I'm not wishing things on the people of Tonga in any way, shape, or form, but I'm just using that as a scenario. And Taal did explode in 2020, and the old island was a tropical paradise. Now it's a barren and toxic lake. And yes, Sue, over time, Mother Nature tries to take it back, especially in places like that where you've got the right weather to allow, you know, fauna to get back in there and grow and things like that. So it's kind of interesting. I kind of think that's neat, and how quickly it can regrow. That is something that is interesting as well. Given the right conditions, life can flourish again very, very quickly in those places. You know, so there is a lot of stuff going on there. Too much math and geology. Oh boy, geologists have to do too much math. I hate math. No, I like math. Let's see. Thanks, Mars. I was just curious, and I love geology too. Yep, rocks. We like rocks. I like shiny rocks, like gold, and even a platinum. I'll take that. Yeah. Anyway, getting back to the volcanic stuff. You know, if you have one of those scenarios, that would be a whole bunch different. But you know, up here in the Alaskan area, again, if we go in, and I can't remember. I think that's it right there. That the right one? in craters of the moon, lava from 3,000 years ago. Looked like it flowed yesterday because it was in the middle of the desert. Yep. Anyway, yeah, there. That is, yes. That's a Shisheldon. That's a Shisheldon right there. So, pretty cool. And that is not a bad looking volcano. Unfortunately, I have more pictures of rocks on my phone than of people. My nephew laughed at me. Ah, that's funny. I don't usually take pictures of people. On my phone, you'll find things like rabbits, and you'll find things like rocks. The occasional volcano here and there, things like that. And that's usually what ends up going on mine. Anyway, it is break time, ladies and gentlemen. I'm going to go do that. We'll take a break. When I come back from the break, we're going to take a look and see what our SO2 stuff is like around the world. So throw you back onto some lava. Oh, not throw you, but we'll turn the canned lava back on. Rabbits and rocks, yarns and rocks. Oh, you're a yarn and rocks. Okay. I don't yarn, but yeah, that's a volcano report. Yeah, that's got to come up next, doesn't it? I should have done that before I did earthquakes, but that's okay. We can do them. They're still going to be there. They haven't changed. I know, you want me to look at the volcano list. I'm scared. I'm scared. It's a big report. Yesterday, late Monday, volcanic activity, 2 volcanoes. Whew, that's not so bad. And then today's activity, 15 volcanoes have been active and had reports. Wow. Anyway, I'm going for that break. Don't go away. Here comes some music. And I'll be back in 5, 6, or 7 minutes. Thanks. microphone is back on. Welcome back, everyone. I'm your host, DrFox2000. You're watching VolcanoX, a live stream. December, it will be chilly. Well, December, it will be cold. Thank you for the welcome backs from Scott Hartman. Welcome, by the way. And thank you, Sue and Mars 2028. And awesome stuff. Okay, there we go. I hear you, Dr. Fox 2000 from Sharon Stewart. Okay, I pasted a link in there before. I'm going to do it again. That is for the chart for Sheldon, that's it. Oh, I had to get that out. Thanks, Canada's country. Yeah, so if you haven't looked at that chart yet, there it is. You're welcome to do that. I just decided to pop it in there real quick for you since Mars did email it to me. So, all cool. So, let's get on with our volcano report for today, though. And let's see what we've got happening. So, okay, as I mentioned, late Monday's volcanic activity, there was 2 volcanoes on the list. Fuego in Guatemala, volcanic ash 2, 16,000 feet, 4,900 meters, reported at 1,800. And then Popocatépetl, central Mexico, occasional volcanic ash emissions 2, 21,000 feet, 6,400 meters, reported at 2015. And that brings us to today's list. Tuesday's volcanic activity, 15 volcanoes. Dakono, Halmahera Island in Indonesia. Don't try to mix those two statements together. It doesn't work. Volcanic ash to 8,000 feet. 2,400 meters, reported at midnight. Then there's Shivalish in the Kamchatka Peninsula in Russia. And I had to sneeze, darn it. Volcanic ash not identifiable in the satellite imagery at midnight. Klyashevskoy in Kamchatka Peninsula in Russia. Volcanic ash not identifiable in the midnight report. Then why are you telling me? Sabancaya in Peru, continuous ash emissions reported at 45 minutes after midnight. Sporadic emissions of volcanic ash reported at 12:45. So that is awesome. Hey, there we go. Scott Hartman, thank you very kindly, Scott. Scott Hartman. Awesome. Thank you for gifting a 5-pack of memberships there. And I see Peter Creanleys and Tom Caruso and Julie and Michelle and Siba were all gifted. And that is awesome. And thank you for supporting the channel. I do appreciate that, Scott. And that gives some people an opportunity to have a 1 month free membership there. That is really cool. Okay, let's carry on with our other volcanoes on the list. Hang on for a second. Okay, there we go. Got that microphone back on. All right, Semeru, East Java, Indonesia. Volcanic ash observed to 14,000 feet or 4,300 meters, reported at 45 minutes after midnight. Sheldon, Aleutian Islands, Alaska. Volcanic ash not identifiable in PIREP / satellite imagery / EVO, reported at 2:45 a.m. Eruption to 32,000 feet, 9,800 meters, reported at 17:15, and we've already seen the photo from that. And then Mayon, Luzon Island in the Philippines, a eruption, volcanic ash, a cloud, unknown height, reported at 3 a.m. Ibu on Halmahera Island, Indonesia, volcanic ash to 7,000 feet, 2,100 meters, reported at 3:30 this morning. Ibico on Paramashir Island, Kuril Islands in Russia, eruption 2 at 10,000 feet, 3,000 meters, reported at 4:45 this morning. Popocatépetl in central Mexico, volcanic ash 2 at 21,000 feet, 6,400 meters, reported at 5 a.m. And then ongoing volcanic ash emissions 2 at 21,000 feet, 6,400 meters, reported at 14:15. Villarrica, central Chile, separate report, and Mount Ruapehu, also a separate report. We'll have a look at those shortly. And next one is Langila, New Britain, Papua New Guinea, discrete volcanic ash to 7,000 feet at 2,100 meters at 11:30 this morning. Suwanosejima erupted to 6,000 feet, 1,800 meters, reported at 12:15. Santiaguito in Guatemala, volcanic ash emissions to 15,000 feet or 4,600 meters, reported at 17:50. That is the whopper of a report. Wow. Thank you, Sue, for sending that in. That is awesome. And appreciate that. And let's see if we can spot where I've got those other ones loaded up here. We'll leave our canned lava just for a minute or so. And we'll get back over there. So, the report on Villarrica. Villarrica, central Chile, Strombolian activity continues. And there you've got your little height gauge. Roughly 60 meters is the maximum, is what we're seeing September 4th at 54 minutes after midnight. And that is pretty cool. But I'm really not throwing it up that high. So 100, well, if that is in meters, yeah, that is in meters, 60 meters maximum. That's just about 200 feet. Next one is something that is not doing good. It's crystals, quartz crystals. Let's leave those alone. The intense Strombolian activity from the Volcanoes Summit event is ongoing. It has continued throughout the last night by ejecting hot juvenile and plastic lava clots landing onto the upper western flank, accompanied by steam emissions. Some lava jets surpassed 60 meters in height. Volcanic alert level remains at a yellow within a 500-meter exclusion zone around the main crater in places. So, yeah, you don't want to be any closer than 500 meters anyway. That's too close. Let's leave that be. So that is the activity of Villarrica down in Chile, and of course always a pleasure to see that. Next one is Mount Ruapehu. Ruapehu, a volcano, New Zealand. Temperature rises at a crater lake. A cooling phase transited to heating episode. Yeah, we see what was going on here. We see it dipped down and it kind of hit a rock bottom about halfway through July, and then it started getting warmer and warmer. And of course, and this is where we're at, so all of a sudden it's gone from about 17 degrees or what is it? Oh no, hang on. Down here it says 11 degrees C to 26 degrees C. Wow, that is a huge difference. Anyway, that chart looks like that. The crater lake temperature development from late May to early September, and there you go. Really quite scary, and if it continues to go up, wow, why? That is the first thing that I have to ask. Why is it going up? And next one is it's showing where. No, a darker gray spills of sulfur slick. Okay, represents the area upwelling due to ongoing volcanic activity at Ruapehu volcano. So, okay, a couple of spots here that we got to look at. Interesting. Didn't know that. Very neat. What else we got in there? It shows you where it is there in New Zealand, and it's a beautiful volcano. They don't show any skiers though, unfortunately. And that's not it. Okay, let's leave that be. Anyway, it says the Crater Lake temperature started to rise since mid-July. The heat phase has revealed the temperature rising from 11 to 26 degrees Celsius today within the lake, heating nowadays the flow into the lake initially increased to about 300 megawatts, currently at 200 megawatts. I don't know if that is megawatts. Anyway, however, the crater lake may experience a drop in temperature due to occasional snow melting and or heavy rainfall feeding the lake, as happened in 28th of August. See a sharp drop in the attached image, and yeah, you see that right there. That's that sharp drop they were talking about. Interesting. However, these short-term variations do not affect the long-term heating or cooling trends. So pretty interesting. Ground-based equipment of SO2 concentrations show a low to moderate levels over the past month. So not that much coming out of it, but that is interesting. So Mount Ruapehu starting to cook. That is pretty awesome. All right, let's leave those two, and there's our alien craft. We'll go back to that one. We're down to 47 earthquakes there in Iceland. So when we looked at it earlier, it was 53. Now we're 47. Somebody stole all the earthquakes from up here, and in the middle here, apparently. They're all gone. No more. We're not allowing them to come back. Anyway, let's leave that be. It is a time for me to take another break, ladies and gentlemen. I am going to go do that, and then when we come back from the break, we will have our wonderful SO2 map, and we'll cover that fairly quick and wrap up the show for today. So hang in there. SO2 coming up next. So keep smiling. Play nice in the lava. Hit the like button if you haven't done that as of yet. And a big thank you again to Scott Hartman for gifting that 5-pack of memberships. That really does help out with the channel. So awesome. Thank you. Also, thanks to Mars 2028 for the Tefra treats there. That's awesome too. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, I will be back in a few minutes, 5, 6, or 7 or so. Don't go away. Here's some music in the meantime. the microphone is back on. I don't think I want to be on the menu either. Thanks, Sue, for letting us know that. And let's see. Thank you for the welcome backs there, Scott Hartman and Sue. And I hear you, DrFox2000. From Sharon Stewart. I still can't sing. Oh, I gotta love it. Anyway, awesome. So some of that is scary. But that's an interesting thing there. The fact about the rice virus in the 50s. And that was something that was interesting. And I'm glad that it's going again. And there's another virus that was going around. That was the banana virus. I don't know how that ended up, but that was scary too. I thought, what? My God, no more banana splits? That'll be horrible. Mars says, welcome back, Doc. Don't be scared of the Kennedy Space Center security gators. Most of them are okay. It's the ones that are about 7 or 8 or 9 feet long that are a little bit more scary. And the ones that are 17 or 18 feet long, I'm not going to be anywhere near them because, you put 6 feet inside that, they can eat you whole, okay? Do they know where the rice virus came from? No, I don't know. I never heard about where it came from. I just know they had one there. And I also heard that they had the issues with bananas around the world, as well as other things that was going on. Unknown to me, Sue. Okay. All right, well, you guys go ahead and check that out. I lived in Florida 2 years. I will never go there again. It's scary now with boas. It's worse, but Floridian, Floridian, it's tops plus snowbirds don't freeze. Yeah, boas are not good. We had a problem with... what the heck, with rats here. It wasn't the boas that they let go, they let brown snakes go. Anyway, they go after, specifically after the rats. That's how they got Alberta rat-free. And they let these rats go after the snakes go after the rats. And then when winter came, all the snakes died because it was way too cold for them here. So pretty cool. Anyway, let's get on with our SO2 report for today. We'll stop our canned lava right there in its tracks and get myself onto that screen and over here onto this screen so I can see that I'm pointing at things. So, SO2 around the world, a quick peek. Pretty heavy up north there for some reason. Let's get rid of that. Get out of there. And looking at north of Russia and stuff, they have a fair amount as well up there. But let's start out with Kamchatka Peninsula and take a look. So we know that they got a lot of stuff erupting from the bottom up. We got Ibico, and you can see that plume kind of heading out in there. Then you got Karymsky, and then you've got Bezimiani is up there, Plyashevskoye is up there, as well as our Shivelish. And all put together, we end up with a plume that seems to want to drift right over top of where the other plume is coming from, and that is from here, from our wonderful Sheldon, but you know, it doesn't look like Sheldon is putting as much SO2 out as I would have thought there would have been more SO2, but apparently not. So that was just a big blast from it. Looking at Alaska, pretty normal. We do see the stuff from the fires in Northwest Territories and the Yukon, northern Alberta, as well as British Columbia. Saskatchewan faring a lot better. Manitoba not that bad. Down on the Ontario Panhandle, a little heavier down there, but the rest looks pretty darn good. Same thing with Quebec and all of most of everything there in the eastern side. We do see a big circulation, so likely a storm happening just off of the Nova Scotia coastline there. But SO2 levels are way down. Also looking at western portions of USA, they are very low compared to what we've seen in the past, but not bad. Yes, rain for tomorrow, okay. Bottom end of Ontario, as I mentioned, as well as Indiana, Ohio, Pennsylvania, West Virginia, Virginia, North Carolina, South Carolina, they're all fairly heavy with SO2. Hopefully that'll clear out for them soon. Sliding down a bit more, we do see a little bit there in Florida, and then some in Alabama, but not as heavy. Same thing with Georgia. Looking at what we've got here, coming off of Mexico, Popocatépetl, and Mexico City, of course, a combined effort. We do have some kind of a storm out here, and that is helping wash away some of that SO2. Central America, everything seems to be following right along that coastline, going northward here, and probably being drawn into this system right now. We do see even the stuff from Nevado del Ruiz and his buddy is being drawn up in that direction. Looking at what we've got over here, I thought there'd be more, but that is from Sabancaya in Peru, and haven't heard anything from Ubanas, so don't know if that's involved, and the rest is from Chile, from volcanic activity, as well as industrial stuff. So that's what we got there. And going over here, all right. All right, where's this from? It's got to be originating here somewhere. Looks like there's a circulation here. I'm just wondering, this is like it's drawing it and drifting it to the east, which is fine, but it looks like it's coming from here somewhere. So there's nothing there though. What the heck is it doing? Anyway, strange plume, mystery, a submarine volcano, possibly Sue. I don't know what else would cause it, you know. And there's got to be some cause to it. So everything has some cause, and this is something that we got to wonder, where's this coming from? What caused it? From a land of submarine volcanoes. Well, it could likely be. Anyway, this is a White Isle volcano north of New Zealand. It's definitely doing its thing, but we see where it is. We know it's there. And over in Australia, we don't see any activity from the volcano near Melbourne, but we do have stuff going on here from the refinery, as well as the coking plants north of Sydney. And then we go up here, Tofua. The Ring of Fire, southern area must be submarine volcanoes. I'm thinking, Sue, it might be. Tofua doing pretty normal for today. Yasur, not so heavy. Gawa and Aoba, I don't know if it's just windy or that circulation there looks like possibly a storm messing up their SO2. That's okay. And then we've got all our friends here in the Papua New Guinea still doing their thing with a little bit more attention from, what was the other one I called there? Darn it, I forgot the name of it. That was, let's see. It was an odd name. I'll think of it real quick. Langila. Langila, yeah. Langila. Anyway, that is pretty cool. So, yeah, doing its thing. And of course, we see Semeru not as heavy today, and Merapi not as heavy today. And again, looking at what we've got coming here, looks like I'm going to give Krakatau a break today. This is from Jakarta. It's a pollution. And of course, somewhere over here is a Dempo. It's doing some work as well. And then up here, Currency and Marapi doing their bid to keep things full of SO2. And then up top here, we got Cinnabung doing its fine handiwork. And going up here, Ibu and Dakono. They have been happily throwing out all kinds of stuff. And then we've got Mayon. There it is, right there. We'll zoom right into the tip. Mayon, 2,460 meters tall, and a nice shape. Anyway, that is dumping out its plume here as well, so that is pretty cool. And zooming in here, this is Taal Lake, and I don't know if it's coming from Taal or Manila. Very heavy population there, so it's hard to judge what is creating more SO2. Taiwan, pretty industrious, still going on there. Looks like we are getting something from Suwanoshijima, but not that much. I'm wondering if that was from the earlier eruption today. And wow, look at how dark this area is. Sakurajima is putting out a lot of SO2. That is really quite heavy. And ASO, on the other hand, is putting out hardly anything. It's almost like everything from ASO has gone over here. Wow, what a big difference. And let's go a slide up here a little bit more. Tokyo is fair as far as conditions are concerned. And going over here on the other side, we do know that we've got Asama doing its thing, so it's pluming off some SO2. We already did the Kamchatka, so that's good. China, pretty much normal. Hong Kong, not that bad today. Looks like India, well, they may be getting some rain here pretty soon too. That might help some of that SO2 being relieved. As well as down there in Sri Lanka. And seeing what's coming off of here. This, of course, from the gold smelting plants there in South Africa, and that is a pretty nasty plume there. Looking over here, it almost looks like Reunion Island has got a little bit of a plume here as well. Maybe we got more activity happening there. Pardon me. Nyamura Gira and Nyiragongo right there in the Democratic Republic of the Congo doing their thing. There's some coking plants there as well. And hard to tell, but somewhere in that mess is where Urta Ale lives. I haven't seen it for a while because of the direction of the pollution flow. The darker areas here with high SO2, of course, are from the oil refineries, as well, in places like Saudi Arabia, Kuwait, Iraq, and Iran, maybe even here in Beirut, or Lebanon, I should say. I know that even they had a little one here somewhere in Cairo. So everybody seems to have oil refineries. for some reason. I don't know why. What do they need those for? Those will become obsolete in the future, we hope. And looking at what's happening in Turkey and the um, eastern Grecian islands, looks like the northern area is still fairly heavy, but I think there is a little bit of a reprieve. It looks like down here in costs and roads, not as high as what we had before. 4 parts, that's not that bad. And what do we got there? 6 parts per, 6 grams per cubic meter. So a little easier to take, I think. Looks like there's a big storm here in the Mediterranean, and that might be taking a lot of that SO2 out as well. You can certainly see that it's causing the stuff to flow differently across what's coming out of our good Mount Etna, as well as Stromboli. So there's Etna there, and you can see how that plume, instead of going out here where it normally goes to the southeast, it's now heading southwest. And then, of course, seeing here, we do see it's kind of simmered down. Before we had so much extra SO2 from up north, we couldn't tell what's coming from Stromboli, but that is from Stromboli. Still unable to tell what's coming from Volcano, though. So interesting, and that is starting to dissipate up here, the stuff up in Bosnia, Herzegovina, and Serbia. Hopefully things will get better for them. And let's see, looks like Portugal, Spain, France looking pretty clean. Most of Germany is okay. The northeast is doing a little bit worse, and that goes right into Poland, Holland as well, and England and North Ireland seem to have higher levels. Denmark is in the clear again, as well as our other friendly countries like Finland, Sweden, and Norway. And what's this? We got a big long stream here hitting Iceland. I hope that dissipates, but it's minor. It's not a very high level, so I'm not going to really panic about that. That's very, very low levels. Anyway, mysteries is this one. Underwater volcano under the seafloor, somewhere on the bottom of the seafloor. Anyway, that's it. So that's a good idea. Gold flake snow. Sorry, Dr. Fox, I've been sleeping a bunch. Bless your heart. Okay. Well, hey, that was a while ago, Kathy. That was a while ago. Let's see. You've been watching on TV. Is there anything good on there? Grandma B, and that's all good. It's always nice to see it on the big screen. Anyway, I'm still miffed. Where are these from? We'll have to hire a submarine and go searching. As the crow flies, we're about 50 miles north of the New Orleans, north of a lake. What is it? Chartin? Wow. I'm not sure where that is. But okay, cool. Watching you on the big screen, DrFox2000. And no worries. You can watch on there. That is actually a pretty good way to do that. Maybe one day I will be able to do that too. Put the show on there, get some popcorn, put my feet up, sit back, relax, and watch the show. But nobody ever does that for me. Pontchartrain. Pontchartrain. A lake Pontchartrain. Punch a train. Okay, we will punch a train. All this talk about underwater volcanoes reminds me of the Wild Kratts episode where they accidentally drove into an underwater volcano. Darn it. It happens. It happens. Big lake on the north side of New Orleans. Oh, cool. Punch a train. Yeah, I don't want to punch any trains, but that's okay. Are there gators in Punch a Train? I had to ask. New Orleans, don't they have some gators over there? Or something like that? I don't know if... I know they got like crawdads and things. Maybe... Yeah, maybe is they got the big 40-foot alligators out there. They come with servants. Oh, I don't know. It's pretty wild. I'm not fond of alligators. Okay, I think they taste like chicken, but if you think the lake is hard. Dry, this one, what? Atchafalaya. Atchafalaya. Try and not dry. Atchafalaya. Atchafalaya, something like that. Wow, I'm going to have nightmares of alligators swallowing me whole. Sue, don't go down there. Don't go to Florida. Don't go to Louisiana. They'll eat you. Atchafalaya. Oh, okay. Atchafalaya. Okay, enough of that. JB is here. Welcome, JB. JB, can you say Atchafalaya? I can't even do it. Never mind. Very good. You can now talk Cajun. Ooh, Cajun. I can speak in Cajun language. I'm going to go have me some gator for lunch. Gator sandwiches. Atchafalaya? No, Atchafalaya. That's a different place. The town we lived was, oh boy, Bogalusa. Bogalusa? I think that would be what it is. Bogalusa. I think that's cool. None of those towns are easy. Bogalusa. Very good. Oh, yeah, thank you. I do not bad with some things. Catcha playa. Catcha playa? Catcha playa. Okay, I'm going to catch a sore throat with all this different verbiage. Oh, it's like trying to speak different languages. Anyway, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to wrap it up for tonight. I thank everyone for being here. You guys are all awesome. Big thank you to Mars 2028 for throwing in that the Tefra Treat Super Chat. And also a big thank you to Scott Hartman for gifting the 5-pack of memberships. That is awesome. Both will help the stream out. And thank you very kindly for that. And big thank you to our moderators, Arizona Snowman and Piggy. And of course Sue and Yvonne Kunkel, as well as a C&D Boy and Siggy and Gary 24/7 Live, he's at Skies, and Lucas Snow, Joseph Fields, Texas, and the Mona Lisa Smiles. Thank you, moderators, for being there. Awesome. And also a big thank you to each and every one of you who is here. And thank you for being a part of the show. So, on those good notes, I think I'm going to go figure out what I'm going to have for supper. And I want to figure out what I'm going to tell UPS this time. Since they, again, tried to deliver a package to me during the daytime when I'm not home. And they were supposed to call me on the last one for yesterday, or sorry, Friday, and that never happened. And then they tried to re-deliver again today and failed. So I guess the mystery package is going to end up going back to whoever had it or sent it. Anyway, yep, supper time. Anyway, yes, so lots of language. I agree, Dr. Funks. I gave a chicken a free us of the guarded, and then they began beginning and gentle. Or big and gentle. Being gentle. Okay. All right. Let's leave it as that for today. Be good, be kind, take care of yourselves, everyone. Remember, tomorrow a show back on, same time, same place. Keeping fingers crossed that we have something cool happening. UPS, don't call. They are awful. Sorry, Dr. Fox. Enjoy your evening. Yeah, well, if they don't want to call, then I guess it'll go back, and then the sender will have to be refunded because they're not going to put up with that, and they'll look for a different courier. That'll make me happy. Anyway, let's leave it there. We had a stuffed roast chicken rolls. Cool. Italian sausage. I don't know what I want to do. I don't know what I want to do. Yeah. I do want. I have this craving for wanting to do spaghetti and meatballs, and I had bought some frozen meatballs here a while ago, so I have them all ready. But I don't know. We'll see. Anyway, time for me to wrap it up. Of course, I'll leave this run for another 25 minutes or so. 9 o'clock, we'll shut her down. And top of the hour kind of thing. So be good, be kind, take care of yourselves, everyone. Thank you all for being here again. And appreciate each and every one of you. And remember, you guys are what make the show. So thanks again. Fix them. They are easy. Meatballs. Yeah, I know. For me, it takes time, though. Okay, I'm going to go do my things here. Be good, be kind, take care of yourselves. And only one thing left to add. Please, please, tell your loved ones that you love them tonight, for tomorrow is never promised. I'm your host, DrFox2000, here in Edmonton, Alberta, Canada. Good night, everyone. Take care. We'll see you all tomorrow. And oink, oink.